Okay, we all here today, gathered here today. Gathered here today to talk about things. Oh, what's up, Nav? What's up, Nav? Navigation? Nav, buddy? One day human beings are gonna need an AI compass. Maybe that's why your name is Nav. What's up, Ali? What's good? What's good? We got messages on LinkedIn. Let's see what's going on. Let's see what I got. What's okay. Senior software engineer. Oh, the students in the Congo. That's cool. I feel like being a developer in an African country, there's so many possibilities. Shit, maybe Apple Maps gotta hire me. I think going forward, just like we like indie games. Oh, I'm not on. I'm not online. Y'all can't see me. Oh my god. I'm not seen. Okay, there I am. Ain't nobody was gonna tell me that. Oh, link me. Send me on Discord in my DM, brother. All right. Let's see. So we posted that. We posted. Hold on. What? Oh, it just says that. I don't know. I feel like that's a glitch. How many? I have been. Goodness. Yeah, I've been posting every day on here. All right. Found a video that reminds me of you. I am about to remove something from Nightbot. Let's see. We are going to allow people to leave advice. We're going to leave all of those together. And that's going to be that. We're going to now allow people to leave advice. Because we need to be kinder. Nicer, actually. We need to be kinder individuals. Dang, why the change in heart, all for advice. You will notice that I have a trend of getting pissed off at shit and then eventually gaining enough resilience to deal with it. So at first it was AI. I was like, hey, I'm gonna time you out for AI. You were there for that. And then I like got over it and I was like, okay, now we can talk about AI. So plus I'm starting to realize that people just want to be a part of the journey and nothing is wrong with that. I don't have to be ass. So that's what it's gonna be. I'm an ever evolving person, and that is what I have evolved today. Let's see. Yeah, and every 5 minutes somebody is getting a warning for mentioning I can't do it no more. It ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work. So here we are. Na 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 na, cruising the streets. I got All right, are we finished doing all the obligatory things? I think so. What are we gonna do today? Of course we're gonna get out. Go. Of course we're gonna do some sometimes I think I should just go into these dribble shots and just do them on stream. Ooh, I do need to learn how to do glass morphism. Full background, that's very beautiful. Ooh, this is a very simple website. I like that. I need to start thinking about a segment that I can do. Oh shit, that's nice. That's real nice. Is that a background? That looks like a background. That's nice. This is my idea for something else I was doing that rounded. And you know, I think we're getting into real buttons and shit. I think we need to, I think we need to start doing real buttons. This is web design. I'm trying to find something that won't make me like bored. Doing with that. Work faster, think better, automate everything. Our AI connects you with your favorite. This is a cool thing to make. Alright, let's see. How am I going to start this out? How am I going to do this? So I want to take clippable moments out of this. Have you officially parted ways with MS Paint? I don't know, man. I just feel like it takes too long. I like it though. I love it. You know what? The only way I'll bring it back is if I get, let me see. I'd have to get like a cheapo one of these. Yeah, man. And then I think I can bring it back. Full stop. Full on. Yeah. Gotta figure out something I can add to the channel because I don't think I can keep doing live streams. Nothing's wrong with live streams, right? But there's a few questions that people come into the live stream and they ask me a lot. Let's go into them. Commonly asked questions when it comes to resources. We already had the channel FAQ, but nobody reads it, even though I took my time on it. But I think new folder, new folder, new No. Resources. Resources. Oh, there's already a, oh yeah, resources for viewers. Yeah, buddy. So a lot of people that come to the channel, they ask for certain things, and some of the things that they ask for is like, one, how they ask how do crap. One, how do I start? And there's a lot of ways we can answer that, and I answer that by saying Google, AI, and then videos on YouTube, important websites, or less more so helpful websites. Helpful websites, and oops, and courses. Then people ask me, what are some good resources? And consistency. All right. So this is what I'm thinking of. This is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking I create a series on HTML and CSS. Quick start. Quick start. I create a series on how to Google things. I thought about it. You're right, Muhammad. I was thinking about using Scrimba, but Scrimba, number one, Scrimba costs. Number two, but the thing that Scrimba is good at is that it synthesizes that information, right, and puts it in project form. I was gonna learn Superbase via Scrimba, but I don't think I need to do that now. Let me check out Scrimba right quick. They got the learn React, learn JavaScript, the backend developer path, which focuses on Node. Do they hold up the backend developer path? Then that means they must go into GitHub databases, in fundamentals of SQL. Then they talk about ORMs, cybersecurity, and all that. Okay. The front end path. Advanced React. It just goes heavy into. Okay, so this is just the front end path. That's it. It just goes heavy into. Okay, and you know, honestly, that's what I was thinking, because a part of me, while I'm learning the back end and stuff right now. Oh, Adrian, I do use AI assistants. When I go into the back end, I have because right now my goal was to learn 3JS and to go fully on front end, but maybe I should ask. You know, that's a good question. Why don't I ask Claude right quick? Let's see if Claude will actually answer things for me right now. Oh shit. Well, I messed up with Claude. Let's ask Claude a question. So if I'm, hold on, does it have, okay, projects, artifacts, chats. GitHub. Okay. Actually, let's delete that too. Let's go into a completely new chat. Let's start over from the beginning. Adrian, that's a difficult question for me to ask right now, and it's a question that I have answered probably about 9 or 10 times so far. And so what I would recommend is that Nightbot gives you a link to the FAQ, and if once Nightbot gives you a link to the FAQ, I would click it and I would go take a look, because those are some of the questions that I've answered, some commonly asked questions there. Well, I don't necessarily need content, but I think there's like, I would like, because I feel like people want to know things, and most of the time I just tell them to go Google it. And I feel like, why, if I could take, I mean, why not take advantage of that? I give people something that's useful, and then they give me content, and then they give me, I guess, views or something like that. I guess that's our exchange. So based on the 2026 job market, is it better to focus on something specific like back end or front end or full, or is it spell that word right? Like back end or front end, or is it better to be full stack? Consider so this is Sonnet 4.5. Okay. You asked it this same question, Ali. What's the last project that I've worked on? I'm gonna give it this. We got the Country Finder. What's another one that really, I'll say, and the weather app. Well, actually, no, we don't need to add all that. Remove. All we need to do is add from GitHub the source. Do I have some projects or artifacts? Or do I have some... Claude is beating my ass. Why don't I provide it with... what the hell is in this source file? Fine, I'll just go into my repos folder. Does anybody else... I'm curious, does anybody else have like a lot of repos on their computer? Like, does anybody else have like a lot of stuff? Just curious, you know, just curious. Oh, it's because of this assets folder. Gotcha. Can it read GitHub link? Maybe provide that. No, every time I give it my GitHub link, it doesn't act right. But you're right. Let me try that, Benezer. I've never seen somebody take just the take off the E on that. Okay, it says I'm junior entry level. Lifting state, not deriving state when you should, missing opportunities to co-locate state. Example issue. This should be a single object or user reducer. Okay. Let me see. Do you have a preference for front end over other dev specializations? The last 140 something days I've been doing front end, and I was just learning back end, but I had a realization that if I learn back end right now, then it'll take me a while before I start building that site that I wanted to build. I don't know. I don't know the first thing on finding. Like every time I go into GitHub and I try to find like code that I can look at, I don't know where to start. You just, honestly, that's the honest truth. So I'm level 4 now. This is only visible to me. So let me think. What should I do right now? I should. So I know I wanna hone down on the front end. I know people, they're so very excited about the back end, but I think what's gonna happen now is that I'm just gonna learn super base like I was gonna do with this project. And I think I'm gonna use super base for the CRUD application that I want to build that I've been talking about for a while. And I think I'm going to yeah, let's talk to AI a bit more. Yeah, that's what I was thinking because like I was just sitting there the other day, and this is kind of like how I learn. I think learning is about making a lot of mistakes, and it's not linear. So like, in the process of going through this, trying to figure out what direction I need to go in, and I was thinking, man, I don't feel too 100% on going to the back end like this because it takes away from all the work that I put in the front end, and it makes me feel like I'm just allowing, um, I don't know. Like as soon as I started back end, people were like, "Now you're really learning things," and I'm like, "Dang!" So you don't feel like I was learning nothing the last 100 and some days? Dang. I thought I was gonna go into 3JS to see what. What was I trying to do? Oh yeah, the entertainment. It's okay. Mm, thank you. Yeah, I was way more excited to do the UI. Yeah, you're right. Thank you, Nav. And after seeing what AI can do, um, I don't think they're gonna hire somebody. I think they would hire me if I had the portfolio projects, which I'm working on. However, I don't think they're gonna hire me for back end. I think it would be better if I specialize and get really good at front end. Get really good at front end. Um, I think I'm at a point. Well, the course that have I tried? This is by the dude who I think he created Scrimba or he works at Scrimba. So I'm gonna do this. Um, Lord, I didn't mean to do that. So internet, all of this, version control, VSC hosting, package managers, Tailwind, learn a framework. People learn this. React, AI assisted coding with Claude, anti-gravity. I think we're already here. Prompting techniques. I need to learn prompting techniques. AI and development, learn basic how LLMs work. AI versus, okay. AI agents. Oh, they added a lot of stuff to this. Prompt engineering agents. Gemini, OpenAI, Anthropic. Sensors, formatters. Byte. Strategies, testing. Byte test. I need probably Jest or Byte test. Web security. Type checkers, TypeScript. Deployment. All right, yeah. What are you up to right now? You not rocking with learning backend? I am rocking with I I am rocking with backend. It's just I think I realized that I'm not gonna say it's hard to keep up. I think it's hard to keep up for people who aren't really interested anymore. Um, no, I just realized that if I continue the way I've been continuing, I'm gonna go into backend, learn a whole bunch of stuff, but I'm not necessarily. I'm spreading myself thin. I'm spreading myself super thin, and I'm really not learning anything. Let me ask Claude something. Okay. Yeah. This is so AI kind of agrees with me because I was sitting down the other day and I was like, man, I'm actually enjoying SQL, but I'm trying to get employed now. And I've already invested what they call it, the sunk cost fallacy. I've already invested so heavily into front end and React and learning all that stuff and trying to get used to it. And out of nowhere, and Claude was like, "Yep, no, we're done." Oh, this is TypeScript. I was like, why is this here? Yeah, it hit us with the I'm tired pause. Dang, I wish I could ask it another question, but I can't. Okay, so what we're gonna do is continue the app. I'm gonna work on this app and try to work on the gaps in my understanding of React. So let's write down some of the things that it said that I needed to learn. Hold on, what? Oh. Hold on. Huh. You know what? Let me remove that from the thing because I feel like that's kind of misleading. All right. I don't want to mislead the people. They came for back end and then they got React. I think that's only fair. And designing apps is honestly tougher than I thought, but we pushed through. Hey Chris, how are you doing revision today? I had to take a step back and realize that there was some. Oh my goodness, I never started this again. That there were some gaps in my understanding of React, and I felt like I was jumping into the back end development, and I was glad that people were happy, and it made me feel good that people were happy that I was jumping into back end, but it makes me, I was trying to divide my time, and I was thinking about what is the most effective strategy, if employment is on the table. And I was thinking, I doubt that there's a lot of people, organizations that are hiring for junior back end developers. You know what I mean? And I was learning back end, and yeah, oh, it's nice to be full stack, and you know, I won't lie, I was happy to see that people were happy and enthusiastic about what I was learning and stuff. But I had to sit down and be realistic, because if the goal is employment and the goal is mastery, then it's better to specialize into going to this thing that everybody just feels good about. And again, I just feel like organizations aren't necessarily going to hire a back end developer. Yeah, I would imagine that's even what AI echoed. And I won't lie, listening to chat over the last few months about how they feel about back end development, and how, you know, when I started back end development, the other day somebody said, "Oh, now you're learning the most important stuff," and I was like, "What are you talking, brother? Like, all of it is important." But I think I was letting what people were saying kind of get to me, and I was like, you know what? I think the idea is to get the front end job, and in those front end jobs, there's things that I need to learn instead of going to the back end and becoming like extremely thin and a jack of all trades and not knowing, you know, just having my hand in every pot. Because the first video in this journey was about mastery, and you know, having mastery over a skill, and I don't think I can have mastery over a skill if I keep hopping around and learning this and learning that. As much as I like to see people enthusiastic about what I'm learning, I have to make an executive decision on what's most effective right now. There's no harm in learning back-end features for the apps that you have in mind, by the way. For example, if your project requires a database, you don't have to learn everything about databases. You just learn the features that are relevant to your project. Yeah, that's true. So my first step was like, oh, I was going to learn Superbase, but then I was like, no, I want to learn the mechanics behind everything. But I think I'm going to just go back to my focus on front end, learn Superbase, implement Superbase, implement Superbase, build a CRUD application, and fill in some React gaps and go from there. Because if I'm going to be hired for front end development, which is 9 times out of 10 what's going to happen, or it's going to be a job where I'm doing a lot of front end and I'm doing like maybe a back end, uh, I need to be knowledgeable in what I'm doing. You know what I mean? So, and I think learning, thinking in React and thinking about state management and everything is really thinking about how applications are built. You know, like application architecture. Thinking about stuff like that. So right now, the applications that I build in React have constant re-renders. Um, there's things that can be cleaned up. There's just a lot of things that need to be redone. And I'm proud of myself for building applications in React. But now we're talking about not just building applications that for me. So if I'm working for an organization, I'm gonna have to really break that stuff down, and you know, have justifications behind why I'm doing this and why I'm doing that. And I need to start asking myself those questions. Why am I doing this? What does this mean to do this? Is there a more effective way to do this? What is the outcome of this? You know, does this give the desired result? Is this optimized? Have I tested? That's another thing I haven't gone into, like jest or testing any of the code. I haven't even touched on that. So there's a lot that needs to go in there, um, because I would rather. I know going into the back end is amazing and everything, but I would, and you know, people have these fears that AI is taking over front end. I don't know, man. I've seen some of the stuff that AI has built with the front end. It looks like hot boo boo. Have y'all seen it? It looks horrible. It looks horrible. And if the imagery looks horrible, I can only imagine what type of crazy code that it makes. And then haven't we seen more? I've seen more data breaches on the news and more events of shit shutting down and all different types of stuff, more so in the last year than the other years combined. And that's because of the implementation of AI into these people's workflows and these people's code bases. Yeah, I don't think, I think people are extremely excited because, again, we're talking, so see, there's, when you go, see, the thing is, when you go, and I had to learn this because I feel like I sit in the middle. There's people who are more engineer minded. That's when you go into the engineer part of your campus, and then there's the artistic side of your campus. Those two groups usually think differently. When I listen to people in tech and they say they hate front end, I get it because your mind, you have not really channeled the creative energy. You haven't really sat down and thought about that. I was just on a project recently, and I'm not going to say too much because I think these guys are amazing. But there's a guy who's extremely knowledgeable and has been in a way a mentor to me, and he isn't he wasn't really thinking about usability. He wasn't really thinking about, it's like I feel like a lot of the engineers, they think about, it's almost like they think about the person second and the code and the data first. And it's almost like they almost forget that people use this. And when you think about how people use things, that's when you get into like more emotional things. You get into more, yeah. We, when we think about the, and so many people are gung ho about the back end because when we move, and mind you, this is a male dominated field, because when we begin to move into how people use this app, we begin to get into the things that aren't necessarily quantifiable. We begin to get into the things that aren't necessarily 1 + 1 = 2, right? Because people's actions aren't always logical. Everything isn't always going to be clear cut, dry, and make sense. So I think the reason they feel this way about front end is because when you start touching on front end, it exposes you. It exposes everything about you right there. It's visible, right? It's right there on the screen. Every single thing, everything on how it moves, everything on how the person uses it, immediately it's right there. And I think that um, the back end is hidden by that front end abstraction, and they like it that way. They don't want to get touchy feely. They don't want to get into the emotions of how people use software or what it looks like to them or what it feels like to them. But when we look at Star Wars and we see the user interfaces that those people are using, we don't know about the underlying mechanics. People don't realize that front end is literally the most important aspect of any app/website. If your back end is perfect and the front end looks horrible, nobody would even bother using your app. Exactly. Like Chris, if you see a bad looking app, would you actually consider giving it a shot? Probably not. Unless the only time I give bad looking applications a shot is when I know that application is a one off. And what I mean by that is, I used to, when I was doing a lot of 3D modeling, there was a application that I used to give textures a more like pixelated look, like a like the PS1 style look. And yeah, I just think that, I think I got, the moral of the story is, I think I got too caught up in this idea of what it means to go to back end, and the idea and the identity of understanding back end and doing that and feeling like, okay, people approve of this. I think in a way, I knew I was learning something. I knew I could get my hands on anything and learn it, but I don't think my passion is really in back end. My passion is to build things that are usable. I can accomplish that with Superbase or what is it, Firebase or something like that. Um, but I don't think I should be listening to those people because those people aren't creative. And the people that think front end is going to be replaced, those people aren't creative either. That's why they look at the shit that AI makes on the front end and they're like, oh, that's good, when it's really trash and horrible. And if it looks bad, I wonder what it looks like under the hood. Ugh. Like, when I went to Stitch with Google, so we were trying to make a gaming blog. I think I can show it now. Look at how generic this shit is. Look at how generic this shit is. You see this shit? You see this? You see this shit? Ugh. And this is what a person, these images right here are what a person made, and you can tell a person made it. But this idea, and then this is what it made too. It got a little bit better. It got a little bit better once I started giving it more information, but still, it was struggling. And then this, Jesus. What is these? AI was just struggling with this, and I think that's why. And you know, now that I actually put it into the universe and I'm actually thinking about it, that's why they think that AI is gonna replace all this shit, because those motherfuckers can't even draw a straight line, and they don't necessarily care how people use the app, because that's not even in their purview. They're not even thinking about that shit, right? Because it's interesting, because some of those people would call themselves full stack, but full stack is not just writing back-end code and writing front-end code. It's about how a human being is going to use this, and how this data in the back end serves the organization and not only the person that's using it, and how future people are going to use it. That's why. And you could tell that a lot of people, you can actually tell that a lot of back-end developers, a lot of back-end engineers have not really thought about how people are going to use things, by the stories that you hear of people having to redo entire code bases or going into those back-end code bases and it being full of shit. You know what I mean? So it's like, I've heard so many stories of people going into the back end, going into getting a new job, looking at the code base and being like, ugh, what is this? Because those engineers don't even think about the usability of it, or necessarily, I don't think they even thinking about that shit. And probably that's why they probably struggle with front end, because when you talk about front end, you talk about how people use some shit. Because, and again, front end exposes you. Everything is laid bare, and so it's straight up. It's right in front of you. They don't want to get into the feely, touchy things of it. You can't listen to these people. I do not feel like AI is gonna take over the front end. And mind you, this is the perspective of someone. Hold on a second. Let me go back into what I was talking about. So, because oh yeah, I love this blanket. This is my wizarding monk blanket. So yeah, I'm glad that I verbalized this, because the thing is, right, I think AI is creative when it comes to mobile interfaces. When it comes to, baby, no, it is not. The great thing about Stitch is that, hold on, I'll show you. This is the one thing that blew my mind about Stitch. This feature right here. Come on. Let me edit you. Let me edit you. Okay. So it'll do mobile designs. It'll create a desktop design. Stop. Damn it. And it'll make it responsive and shit. It don't do that well either. Baby. You know who I heard talk about this? I think it was on Coding Jesus's channel. I think he made a short about this, and he talked about how after trying to make a more, let me look up the word, because he used the word bespoke, and that's not a word that I use. Bespoke refers to custom made, one of a kind products tailored precisely to an individual's specifications. He said when it comes to more bespoke looking pieces of software, which, you know, if he's trying to make something that's more custom, then he sees the value in making something that's more custom. I think his website is Get Cracked or something. He at first, I think he had this, his sentiment was like everybody else's, like, where I don't think he necessarily felt like the front end didn't matter, but I felt like he thought that AI could do it easily. But once he began to dive into it, he realized, oh yeah, nah, I'm talking about a full-on mobile application, PWA apps, not websites on mobile. Oh. Well, here's the thing. What's the difference between mobile, web? Because most of these mobile apps are just what? They're just like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript with a container around them, right? Aren't they? So mobile interface design is similar to mobile interface design on web. It's all design, but mobile's in the name. So it's all, I imagine it's the same design principle, because again, we're viewing these applications on mobile. Websites on mobile, applications on mobile, web apps. I mean, so yeah, moral of the, for example, a journal app, when designing niche apps, you approach them way differently. Well, yeah, that's true. That's true. Web apps on phones, mobile apps, whatever. You know, y'all know what I'm talking about. I think vibe coding is awesome. Well, I'm glad you think that vibe coding is awesome. I don't think anything's wrong with vibe coding. I don't think anything is wrong with vibe coding. I wanna put that out there right now, because that seems like rage bait. I have no quarrels with people who vibe code, and I don't see anything wrong with it. And I'm not gonna add any. Yeah, well, yeah, but that was kind of a random statement, so I don't know what the point of you even messaging that was. Plus, you have a history of being here. The only reason you're here is because I had a moment of clarity where I was like, I can't just ban people from the channel. I feel like I can't learn how to code. I keep trying and failing, and I just don't know how to do anything. You got to build some shit. You got to build some shit. You got to stare at an empty IDE and just start building some shit. Are you trying to learn web stuff? Let me know, and I'll give you a repo that I think will help you. I came a long way, not gonna lie. I still use Claude here and there, but everything Claude does, I understand fully. I just use it to speed up the process. Yeah. We never learn, like, development at school. It's just straight, like, data structure, so it's all theoretical. Yeah, because your job as a student... What year are you, Claudio? Well, I thought we moved on from past, never done anything to talk bad about you or put you in a bad light. Shut up. I don't want to hear none of that shit. I'm talking about something else. Claudio, your first year? Okay. Like this summer, after this summer, you're going into the first semester of your second year, right? Nice. You are in the perfect position. Yeah, you're in the perfect position. Boy, let me tell you. All right. So I think you're in the perfect position. You're in the perfect position to start making some shit. What you want to make. This is where you get to explore. This is the perfect time for you. What do you want to make? What type of shit you want to make, Claudio? What type of shit you want to make? What you interested in? I've never asked AI to animate anything. I feel every time. Let me tell you something. Every time I look at an AI video, you're talking to somebody who's taken shrooms before. Every time I see an AI video, it makes me feel like I honestly feel like it's the devil. Like I know that's some Southern Christian type stuff, but when I see AI like make some videos, it turns me something about that is that is some demonic, evil, sinister shit. I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at. I don't know what that is, but it's not. Bro, I'll be watching sports in like a fantasy waiver wire pickup suggester. I guess. What's that? So I know you can watch sports. I know spets boarding is really big. I know fantasy sports is really big. So what do you mean by fantasy waiver wire pickup suggester? You're talking to a non-sports person. The only sports I watch or have ever watched really is esports. You're talking to a nerd. Explain this. Happy Easter, by the way, brother. 12 a.m. here. God bless you and thank the Lord Jesus for dying on the cross for us. He is risen. Okay, those two women came and visited the grave, and then Jesus was like, "Oh, y'all was looking for me?" Yeah. I don't know why you're thinking about, but I'm talking about animating stuff like burger icons and stuff. You mean like little micro things, little micro like they call them micro interactions. The little like when you hover over, you talking about little icon, like little bitty things. You know what I mean? Like you just don't want to do a simple rotation. You want that thing to do some shit, right? You're not just talking about scaling in and out or rotating an icon. You're talking about I want this thing to do something different. Like for example, you click on the burger icon and it pulls up a new interface kind of animation. You click on it and it turns into an X type of thing. So you click on the burger icon, which is 3. For example, you click on the burger icon. I'm clicking on the burger icon and it pulls up a new interface kind of animation. You click on it and it turns into an X kind of thing. Okay. So like I know what you're talking about. I can envision it. I get it. Like try clicking on the burger. Oh, it doesn't do anything. But I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about though. Yeah. No, I get that. I've never asked AI to do that. Isn't there? How do people usually make custom icon animations? Do they do that in After Effects? I don't know. I imagine, don't they do that in After Effects? Don't we have programs for that? I think it's kind of cool because it seems like a very simple thing to start with. You sort of want to predict like which free agents who. Okay. Let me read up. So when you play fantasy basketball, for instance, you draft 10 players. Your performance in fantasy directly corresponds to each of the players' performance in real life. So despite them being on different teams, right, the team that you put together is based on their performance in real games. And so each individual player's performance adds to the total performance of the team that you pick. You sort of want to predict like which free agents who weren't drafted. Okay, hold on, let me read that over. You sort of want to predict like which free agents who aren't drafted to any team will play well in real life to help you do better in fantasy league. So let me understand this, because I know there's players that have their contract is up and they become free agents and they can be drafted to any other team, I guess, of their choosing, or maybe the NBA or NFL or sports organization has some type of contractual agreement or some type of guidelines on how players are traded. Is doing fantasy basketball or fantasy football or the fantasy league, is that so are you only choosing free agents? You can only choose free agents? Animate SVG using animation library like GSAP. Yeah, but I'm thinking I think what he's talking about. See, this is what I'm thinking he's talking about. He's not just talking about any old he's not just talking about any old animation. Hold on. Like say for example, we have a burger menu, right? Now, we can turn that burger menu this way, right? And then we have this. We got this. I'm thinking what he's talking about, because this is not what he's talking about. What he's talking about is where like you click on that thing and then it becomes like, I don't know, like this. Now, I don't know if you can do that in GSAP. So I'm thinking, because we can rotate, I know you can rotate, you can also scale inward with GSAP, right? You can fade, you can do fades, right? So we can do like percentage to, you know, 100. But as far as like, no, you're not. Of course, you can change the icon based on state. That's simple. We're talking about because even if we change this based on state, what state are you going to change? What's the transition going to be outside of scale, certain transforms, and opacity? You know what I mean? So what he's talking about is like, again, more bespoke, custom animations. Yeah. No, it's okay. It makes you think of a battery icon. So yeah, that's what he's talking about. I get what you're talking about. You're talking about state. But as far as I'm concerned, like everybody, I mean, it's easy to change. It's easy to change an icon based on state. But we talking about animating that thing. Look up. Okay. So we talking about. Hold on. We talking about burger. Just got finished with the leak code contest. It was brutal. Which I had to do. Burger menu Lottie. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Yeah, y'all see this? Can I? Y'all see this? Y'all see it? Let me. Oh. See, this is the type of stuff we talking about. This is not stuff you can just do. You see? This ain't stuff you can just that'll be and if you, I'm pretty sure you can do it with CSS some type of way, but that's a lot of code. Yeah. This one is nice. Ooh, I like this one. I like a subtle animation. This is nice. Oh, this site is dominated by people from India. They doing it big. I'm not a fan of this because it's too linear. You could tell it's just linear. It just in, out, in, out. No ease in or ease out. It's linear. This one is nice, but even though it's not linear, it just feels like, I don't know, it feels like kind of stiff. This one is nice though. I like this. Whoever did this, yeah. This one is nice. Yeah, but oh, that's the only one he made. You did good though, Payam. I'd like to see any of y'all doing this because I'm not trying to waste time learning any of this when I can copy it off the web AI. Okay. See, websites that are built using GSAP on GSAP. Yeah, no, I know. I'm telling you. telling you, man. If we go to GSAP, let's go into the GSAP learn docs. Come on, load. Okay, so this kind of explains what I was talking about. Even a complex thing like this is not even a lot of, you see this is what you would consider, I guess, whoever recommended the GSAP thing. Even this is nothing but transform, scale, rotate. Transform, scale, rotate. Okay? Transform, scale, and rotate on a timeline. We're talking about different types of stuff. We're talking about things differently from that. I was just telling him, like, the stuff we were talking about. I don't know if he's design oriented. Oh yeah, he did say that to me. Anyway, I went on a whole tangent because I began to talk about people not necessarily, because how I feel is that I think that I think that there's a lot of people who don't value the front end simply because there's a channel that they can't click to or refuse to click to emotionally, and they feel like it's gonna get taken over by AI because they don't know anything about art or usability. Remember in the Matrix? Y'all remember? Yeah, who's watched the Matrix? Anybody? I'm about to explain this real good, really, really well. I'm about to explain this very well. Okay, I'll just say it. In the Matrix, I think it was in the second or third movie, they were trying to hear back from the Oracle. And then, well, they did hear back from the Oracle, and then she told him that he would have to go and meet the source, or not the source, the architect. And the architect was the guy who basically architected the Matrix, right? Building programs, building structures, this, that, and the other. When they first created the Matrix, it was a heaven on earth, right? Because they assumed that, people would want a perfect life. Yeah, they turn on their PlayStation 5 without thinking about how its design is playing a crucial role in keeping players coming back. Exactly. They don't think about how wonderful, even though the graphical user interface was like the hugest step up, which was the first. It was it would I don't even need to go into it. Like anyway, so in the Matrix, the architect was like, he kind of called himself the father of the Matrix if the Oracle was the mother of the Matrix. And he, in the beginning, created a Matrix because there were like 6 iterations of the Matrix. The first Matrix that he created was a heaven on earth. And he thought, okay, well, They're gonna enjoy this, right? But people began to die because they began to really question what was going on. They didn't think it was real. So then the next matrix they built was hell. And you can look this up. That he created a hell. He's a machine. He just thought in zeros and ones and shit. So if the good won't work, we're gonna go straight to the other end, which is hell. And hell didn't work either. So good didn't work, heaven didn't work, and hell didn't work. People kept dying and questioning what the hell was going on. So then she came in, who's the oracle, and she said, okay, we have to give people some in order for things to work out. And she was a more he described her as a more intuitive program, right? Intuitive is feeling, right? And so what you'll learn is, okay, we'll get to that in a second. She said, and you gotta remember, the oracle was always in the form of a woman, right? So the architect basically made the structure of the matrix, which was a good foundation, but his lack of understanding of people, of how people operate and how they live, made the matrix questionable and led to people dying. And so she came along and she said the problem is that they need choice, or at least the illusion of choice. They need to feel as though there's some direction, that they have some control. Um, and yeah, AI improves performance but can create dependency, especially for beginners. Just like a car helps you travel faster but makes you dislike walking even short. We're not even talking about that right now. We talking about the gap between. So the whole point I was trying to make was that there's a lot of people who are like the architect in the matrix. They can create these back ends and all this type of stuff, but again, the front end is the part that interfaces with a person. That's how somebody is entered. The front end is synthesizing that data into something human readable and usable. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. So I don't think I don't think the front end is gonna be replaced. I think those engineers who really don't understand people, they think it's gonna replace, but that's not how this works. It's like marveling at a. It's like building a beautiful building, but then it's not inhabitable. But it'll stand forever. But what's the point of that if people are going to use it? By the way, Chris, keep in mind that a lot of people lack emotional IQ anyway, so they don't know what makes people feel something. Yeah, exactly. And that's sad. That's sad that those people. But not everybody is for everything. I won't lie. The emotional part of software is difficult. The user interface, the user experience is difficult if you're not tapped into that energy. There's not going to be a Da Vinci. Not everybody can be a Da Vinci, right? Remember, Oppenheimer was an engineer, and I don't know if I don't remember at which point did he question whether or not he should be doing what he's doing, but I think there was a quote where people get so caught up in whether they could do it or not, instead of whether they should do it. I mean, I'm not a maths guy, so I don't like the idea of focusing on back end, but for some other people, they legit breathe numbers. So yeah, different strokes for different folks. Yeah. And we need people like that, but we also need, and it's unfortunate that those people don't see the value in art and creativity. Because if you don't really value art and creativity, can you really say you value people? If you don't value art and creativity, if you don't value what people make, I don't know, something is missing there. Something fundamental. Something is missing there. You know what? But I praise people who have the willingness to learn. But that's just my 2 cents, y'all. That was my tangent. That was my way of saying people matter, and we live in a world. Speaking of Oppenheimer, actually, Oppenheimer was a genius architect and scientist, obviously, but he never actually understood women. For example, he's prime example of the people we're talking about. I had no idea. I didn't know too much about that man, but it made me think about that last speech that he had. It's almost like he had clarity that, oh my God, we probably shouldn't have done this, and we were too focused on whether or not we could. And I would imagine that if you, like the guy who did, like I'm not giving any leeway to the AI gods right now, the AI leadership, but the guy who runs Claude saying that we, you know what, I'm gonna talk about that. I'm gonna tell you how exactly I felt about the Claude situation. I'm okay with Claude saying that he didn't want, even though the missiles initially striking Iran were, I guess, Claude influenced. Unfortunately, I don't, I don't, I don't. I'm not mad at him for saying no to the U.S. government. Also, I'm not surprised that the guy, who, ChatGPT, Sam Altman, who, woo, I'm talking about, if there's ever a person you need a bottle of holy water with, it might be him. Um, uh, but the guy who run Claude, I can see why he said no, because nobody wants their creation to be used to kill other people unless that's your chips and dip. Obviously, that's not his chips and dip or his sauce. Um, but I think it is very, yeah. I'm not even at I'm not and I'm not. But you know what I do find suspect about the Claude situation is the fact that on April Fool's Day, after the government decided, or a few people in the government decided that, oh well, we're gonna mark you as a like we can, like they just blacklisted Claude and now they're suing, because the designation given to them was some bullshit. It's interesting that on April Fool's Day, all the code got released or based on one like issue or something like that. What was going on? I find that very, very suspicious. I find that extreme. When I read the headlines for that and was reading through it, I found that shit extremely suspicious. I found it. Ooh, ooh, woo, 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 woo. That I wouldn't be surprised. That was the first thing that I thought of. And one thing I don't like is, even though it's interesting, I don't like how the U.S. government is kind of becoming like memey and trolly. Like I'm not surprised that this happened on April Fool's Day, on April 1st. I think that's some. It's almost like it's so blatant. It's almost like, what the real Matrix is. The Matrix is that we don't even consider that when people consider that it might be the government, people are like, nah. That's the Matrix. The same government that trash talks and trolls on the official White House page. You know what? Until I saw, was it during Black History Month where they had all those Democrats dressed up as like AI animals or something, and they did Obama as and his wife as an ape. I was like, ooh. I didn't know that the White House page was doing stuff like that, and so I looked at the video and I said, and this is around the time. Oh yeah, yeah, that's what made me stop watching the news. That's the point where I said I'm not watching the news anymore. So I saw the video of the apes and the animals and stuff, and then I said, "Where did you find?" I asked my friend. I said, "Where did you get this video from?" Somebody just made it with AI, right? They were like, "Yeah, it's on the official White House page." I said, "Excuse me." They said it was on the official White House page. So I said, whatever. So I went to the official White House page and I started scrolling through and I saw SpongeBob memes, Pokemon memes, all different types of memes, and I'm like, there's no way. There's no way, man. There's no. I couldn't believe it. And then after that, I was like, yeah, I'm not watching movies anymore. Yeah, nah. So, yeah, it's weird how we go. Okay, with some of the most the strongest government in the world, with some of the most intelligent people here, with some, I think they're getting too cocky and comfortable. I think that I'm gonna tell you what's wrong with the U.S. before I go back, because I think the United States is a wonderful country. It's a wonderful concept. It has a beautiful foundation, and I watched it. There was this commercial that I saw recently where this woman, she was a sex slave in North Korea, and she escaped, and she said that if people understood what people were experiencing in other countries, then they would fight for what the United States represents. And I strongly believe that there's a reason people want to come here. I'm gonna say exactly what I think, and I'm gonna tell you what's happening, and I'm gonna break it down. And some people are gonna understand what I'm saying, and some people aren't. And we are going to start with the one thing that has controlled the majority in this country. Every civilization on Earth has had a system of control that's very visible, and then some systems that aren't visible. The systems that are visible are typically like a caste system and any money. So you could tell that you can quantify that. You could say, oh, money equals power, right? You could say that, oh, these people were like these people on that, like there's people on the fringes. There's like in India, there's the untouchables, and then there's a caste system there. Hold on a second. Like there's a caste system, right? So those are the systems that we see that control people, and they control people very well. When you have a majority that is what they view the core of the society, or the people with all the power, and then other groups that are kind of on the fringes, and the people that typically are on the fringes that are not the main group that have the most power are the ones that the majority can identify themselves with, and those people get preference. Um, Money equals power. Absolutely, no offense to anyone, but right now we're nobody's in the eyes of the majority. But if any of us was to get a lot of money, all of a sudden we're loved and respected. That's true. But let's go a little bit deeper into what's going on in the United States right now, and this is what I think. This is what I've been thinking for a long time, and it's interesting that I've been having these thoughts for years now, ever since like probably like 24, 25, and then they've been echoed by um, people with big YouTube channels. I'm gonna say something that I thought of a long time ago. I lived in the north end of my hometown, which is the hood, when I was growing up, before we moved to the west end, which is a nicer area. In the north end, you could go to different parts, and you could see that that part of town used to look different, right? Before it became predominantly black. There was a time where my city was, I guess the area that I lived in was predominantly white, right? But then, I think somebody here is more knowledgeable than me. I don't know when white flight happened, when white flight was really taking off. It might have been the 60s, right, when desegregation was going on. Was it the 50s or the 60s? And so at that time, there was a lot of white people who had the ability to move away from those places, and so they had white flight. So they wanted to move to predominantly white communities, uh, and so at that time, that made whiteness have a cost. Now, bear with me. The cost of whiteness was whatever the cost it was, whatever the price was on white flight. Whatever whoever could afford to flee from those communities that were becoming browner, that was the cost of whiteness at that time. Right? And at that time, a lot of people could afford that. A lot of people could afford it. A lot of white people could afford it, right? But there were a lot of black people who couldn't afford it. So those communities became predominantly white based. As time went on, more people come into the country, more people becoming more educated, getting more money. Slowly but surely, other people begin to have the ability to move into those communities. So what happens? The price of whiteness, which was like right here at white flight, goes up even higher, right? And so now in those ghettos, you'll start to see white people in those ghettos who maybe they couldn't afford white flight, maybe they couldn't afford the next level up once people from other countries start coming in. Now we're at a point where in order for you to live in a completely white community, you have to have a shitload of money. Okay? You have to have a shit load of money. The price of being white is to live in a predominantly white community is so fucking high that most white people can't afford it. Now, the fruit that and again, this is not about hating anybody. This is about an observation. This is not me saying that any one group is bad or any one group is better. I'm just making an observation. So we have the first tier, like they put white people on a subscription plan, and they kept raising the price of it. And we've seen this in a Black Mirror episode, right? There was a Black Mirror episode about this one thing. The price of whiteness was right here. Like everybody could afford it at the beginning, even the poor white people, because nobody else could afford anything. So the price of whiteness was right here. Then as time goes on, guys, when you call someone who's bald, that's not you hating. So the same thing applies here. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm just saying what I'm observed. And so because it's easy to be black and to say, "Oh, I don't like white people for X reason." But as I begin to like think about things a lot more, I feel sorry for a lot of groups, and I feel sorry for white people, and I feel sorry for black people, and I feel sorry for a lot of the people in the country right now, because a lot of things are being like they're being manipulated into hating each other. And some people don't talk about what white people are going through and the way they're being manipulated. Because their manipulation, see, black people's manipulation and enslavement was always physical and visible, right? Like it started there. You could see the issue. But with white people, you can't see that shit. You can't really identify that shit because there's been so much shit covering it. So for example, the pitting white people against their neighbor, which is again one of the most evil things that leadership has ever done to white people in the country, is to pit them against their neighbors, because it creates isolation and it creates a group of people that can be easily manipulated. And so let's go back to today. Right now, the price of whiteness is sky high. In order for you to live in a white community as a white person, it's extraordinarily expensive. I'm talking about I'm talking about where there are no other type of people. That shit is expensive as fuck. Or you got to go out to the boonies somewhere in bumfuck Texas where there's not a lot of shit going on, right? Now, mind you, I'm not faulting for anybody who is white and wants to live in an all-white community. I don't give a fuck. Do whatever the fuck you want to do. What I'm saying is that it's expensive. The price of whiteness has been raised time and time again. To now, it's almost, especially after 2008 and 2009, when you saw a lot of people of all different races, creeds, colors, losing their houses and jobs, and that was one attack on the price of whiteness. That it rose it even more. And then here's the thing. Okay, let me back it up. because I'm going everywhere. So we've established that there is a price to whiteness, right? We've established that there is a price to being white, and that over time, the government and white leadership has slowly raised that shit. Then there's the manipulation of white people, and pitting them against their neighbor, which is evil, and it is so sinister. So the idea is that we're gonna dangle this carrot over your head, and this carrot is your whiteness, and we're gonna say that this makes you better than other people. Shut up. What are you coding? We talking about shit. Shut up. So they dangled this carrot over white people, and they said, as long as you're white, you get better. You get better treatment, and you get to be better than these other people. But slowly but surely, those people who are white, who are in leadership positions, have betrayed white people and said and lied to them about their privilege, right? They say you get these advantages, but slowly but surely, they've been undermining the advantages that they once were given. To now, it's like the promises that white leadership gives to white people is just smoke and mirrors. It's just smoke and mirrors, right? And so now it's all performative. So Trump can go out and he can say, he can say a little bit. Trump can go out and he can say a little bit to white people and get a lot back. He can say, oh, this about brown people, or this about immigrants, or oh, this about Mexicans. And then he can get in office and he doesn't really have to answer or he doesn't have to fulfill the promises that he made. So it went from the price of whiteness is right here to now it's performative, and we don't really have to do nothing for y'all because they still dangling the carrot of whiteness over them. But most people, but here's the thing, to even have white privilege, you have to afford it. And most of those white people can't afford it. So the only thing that's being dangled over their head now is like an idea, an identity. Empty spreadsheet. I'm not even gonna ban you. You just can sit here and listen to this because you came here and you gonna hear it, or you can leave. Ain't no dev want to hear you complain. Complaining about what? Who complaining? I'm sharing an idea, and what I'm actually talking about is the plight of white people. Isn't that interesting? That a black dude is talking about the plight of white people. Isn't that interesting? Have you ever heard that shit? So, unfortunately for you, while I do code, I am multidimensional. So I do have ideas, and I am a person who's lived in this world. So he doesn't have to fulfill anything anyway because he knows that Americans are narrow-minded as fuck. The political system in America, but it's so easy to say that, but I feel like it goes deeper than that. It goes way deeper than just. It goes way, and you know what? That whole code and shut the fuck up. Isn't that what they told Kaepernick? They were like, play ball and shut the hell up. We don't want to hear all this extra shit because people that look like me aren't allowed to be multidimensional. And I'm glad you said that. So now we can hide you from the channel because you have fulfilled what I needed you to do. So we established the price of whiteness. We established that white privilege is being dangled above white people's head, but now they can't afford it. They can't afford white privilege. And now we have gotten to today. Exactly. And so here's the thing. Because white people can't afford, and here's the problem that's going on right now. The president isn't fulfilling any of those. It's gotten to the point because they've always been performative. They've always been performative with black people, right? It's always been, we say we're gonna do this and we give the appearance of liking y'all, but nothing really comes of it. Now they're doing that to white people. That's where we are. Now it's performative towards white people. That is a sign, but most Now we're having an issue where the only thing that's being dangled in front of white people is the idea of privilege, the privilege that they can no longer afford because everybody is broke. So now what do you have? What do you have besides your prejudice and racism? And it's not really prejudice and racism because you hate those other groups, but it's prejudice and racism to say that in some ways you want to be a part of this identity, an identity that says that you can't afford it any longer. And while you subscribe to this identity, and they your leadership is performative, they pit every nation and even your neighbor against you. They get you bombing other countries. They have you going against your fellow American, and so they have backed white people into a corner that's not advantageous for them anymore, a corner where most people around them don't like them, a corner where the international community is looking at them crazy, a corner where they feel like they are completely under attack, right? A corner, and so they have to live in a certain type of fear, and then this idea of replacement. They are in fear, and white leadership. And see, here's the thing: the founding of the country was based on those white people saying that white leadership, no taxation without representation and all the extra shit. They said no, we're going to rebel. So how do you go from a group of people whose ancestors were rebellious and said they were going to fight for this country to a whole bunch of people who are conformists, completely dependent completely dependent on the system, and now they're backed into a corner where they are now hated and they can't afford the privilege that they were once given, and the privileges have been outsourced. Okay, they've hired other people. They say that we not even gonna pay y'all anymore. We're just gonna be performative. We're just gonna tap dance for y'all. That's where they are right now. They just tap dancing for white people, and white people are being fucked. It's not funny, but I don't know if anybody else sees it. I don't know if anybody else feels where I'm coming from. When we talk about the price of whiteness, when we talk about privilege, when we talk about white people not being able to afford privilege, when we talk about the performative nature of politicians and how they're manipulating white people, how they're backing white people into a corner and saying it's a you versus them. When you do that to your neighbor who's right down the street, how they've backed white people into a corner to not see other people's humanity, but to make them feel as though they are the default, and they are the complete humans and everybody else is just like a side character and everything. That the white people's worst enemy has always been white leadership. Since before they even got here, it has always been white leadership. It has always been. I don't know why I'm nervous saying this. White people's main enemy has always been white leadership. They have always manipulated these people into feeling like everybody is the enemy, and they constantly at every turn treat them like trash. That's the truth. That's the truth that I never hear people talk about. And I'm surprised that white people in America didn't realize this in 2008 and 2009. Because let me tell you something. Yeah, you can go to a city and you can find a whole bunch of brown people stealing, killing, doing all different types of shit, right? Stealing and killing is not, no one community has a monopoly on killing and stealing, right? What the person that destroys that causes, what group of people comes together and says, you know what, I'm going to sell and package a whole bunch of subprime mortgages and fucked up loans and change and transform those into financial assets that can be bought and sold, and then crashing economies. That is not a brown person's that's not in a brown person's playbook. So I don't know if anybody else feels where I'm coming from or sees where I'm coming from. And it is because white leadership often comes from a place of privilege anyway. If a brown person came from the Middle East, for example, and miraculously became president, he'd be coming from a trash background, so he'd understand the pain of it all. So I don't know if anybody else sees this, if any other white person sees it, but no true leader would pit his people against his neighbor and against an international community and say that it's you versus them, and then say that you are going to be replaced and say that they are going to gain power when, yeah, nah, that's never gonna happen. Like, a 400-year plus head start and all of that wealth is, yeah, nah, that's not going nowhere. Um, and so we're just in this state where, I don't know, man. And it's just this hate machine. It's just like a machine of hate. It's that. I don't get political, but people always asking me questions. But that's how I honestly feel. I feel like it's just a machine of hate, and that they're fueling it because people are suffering in the country. They're seeing that the number one, the price of whiteness is so extraordinarily high. The price of privilege is so extraordinarily high. Everybody is against everybody. It's extremely polarized. And while they're doing this, they can get away with robbing everybody. But the appeal of hatred, the appeal of having a common enemy, I guess there's something tempting about it. Because it's to say that you aren't the problem or your group isn't the problem. It's these other people that are the problem. So we went from talking about engineering mindset and humanity and art to what's going on in America, at least from my perspective. So I hope people who watch this see that in no way am I saying that any one group is bad or any one group is this or that, but I'm saying that Dave Chappelle said it best. He said this in front of a completely white audience. He said to the white audience, he said he hangs around those rich white people, and he said that they look at poor white people as trash. And the audience laughed. Audience filled with white people just laughed. And he literally exposed, like, it wasn't even a joke. It was a truth. It was a joke, but it was the truth. And he literally told them, hey, they look at you like trash, middle class, upper middle class. If you're not rich, they look at you like you ain't shit. And that's how they've been looking at white people for a long, long, long time. And it's sad that I think it's important to remember, and I think this is gonna be my last thing I'm gonna say. It's important to remember that if all of us had children that were of 18, that were 18 years old, that were 18 or older, and there was a draft, those rich people would not send their sons, they would send your sons, regardless of color. And and we all know this. And so I think that's something to consider when we begin to hate our neighbors. So the manipulation runs deep. Every group is important in the United States. Every group has contributed to the country. And it's sad that now we're in a place where we have state funded, like, police running around handcuffing people, throwing them in vans and shit. It's crazy. So that's my TED Talk. That's my TED Talk. That's my TED Talk. Yeah. I've been holding it in, man. I've been holding it in. I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. I've been holding it in. Holding it in, man. Because these people getting crazy. These people getting crazy out here, man. Oh, the reason I brought that up. The reason I brought that up is because in the Matrix, the Oracle literally says that the only way we can move forward is if we work together. And she talked about the machines and the humans working together. She says, because the way it's going now, it ain't working. So, I'm just saying. I better start coming together and being nice to each other. You're like me, not gonna lie. I started talking about something like Spider-Man, and all of a sudden I'm talking about the impact of World War II. God only knows how we got there, but we always do. Man, we talking about the stuff that the engineer minded. We talking about humanity. We talking about people. And the fact that software doesn't live in a bubble, that people use it. And it should be made for people to use. And it should make their lives easier, not harder. It should make lives easier, not harder. So I'm glad that you can build a back end, but is it scalable, and can people use it and understand it? Can they understand your code base? Like, can you actually tell me how we went from front end to talking about racism and the cost of white civilization? Really, and let's not only talk not the cost of not necessarily the cost of white civilization, but the cost of white leadership, the cost that the manipulation of white people, the manipulation of white people by white leadership, who obviously doesn't care for them. Anybody who would go to an island and start eating people, and then manipulate you into thinking that it's okay to bomb a sovereign nation, a poor group of people, doesn't have your best interests in mind. Right? Like, for example, there's people suffering, there's depression everywhere, and some people self-soothe with cannabis and cannabis THC products. Texas decided, oh no, we're gonna put more more laws. We're gonna implement more laws surrounding THC and products and all this stuff. When people are already suffering, you mean when people broke, and they just wanna feel a little good? You say no? Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. If that's how we gonna play the game. And when I talk about, now mind y'all, I said white leadership. I did not say Republican or Democrat. By the way, yeah, front end is so powerful it can legit make people fall for the biggest scam imaginable simply by having an attractive site. Exactly. The front end is nothing without the back end, and the back end is nothing without the front end. You can't even sell a back end without the front end. Superbase is a wonderful looking site. Oh, I don't have to force dark page. Very nicely put together, very simple. I like that. Okay, this is nice. Okay, very simple. Very nice, sleek and elegant and shit. I'm telling you, that matters. Anyway. Am I off of my soapbox for tonight? Have I ended my soapbox? I don't know. I guess that's it. I don't know. I just hope we can find a way to love each other and to see the importance of everything that we do. And even in tech, I hope that we can stop having this endless debate about which language is better and focus on what can actually assist people and make their lives easier, regardless of what language we're using to get there. So, Um, all right, y'all ready to code? Y'all ready? All right. This reminds me of my friend. Okay, before I always got something. This reminds me of my friend who was in Hawaii and got his dick sucked on the beach and he saw dolphins. Woo, man. You can never see life the same. You can never not love people after that experience. Get your wee wee sucked on the beach in Hawaii with dolphins around y'all. That'll make any engineer love humanity. All right. You don't recognize those who are new subscribers to this? Yes, I do. I've never seen your name before. I notice new names. Why did you ask? You feel some type of way about the conversation we're having? I know it's hard. You want to kiss? Or how do you feel? Back end dudes must be depressed as fuck though. They look at nothing but numbers and code all day. Lord. Legit no colors at all. Lord. 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 Help us. Help us. Mm. Like the best part about designing apps is looking at the app and making with the animation. Hell yeah. Let's talk about. Hell yeah. Any questions before I continue on my journey into front-end development? I guess that was the reason I talked about all that. Because I was thinking about front-end and back-end stuff and the psychology of people in front-end and back-end and what I've learned this far and what I've heard from the community. And just yesterday I was talking about how some of the community has made me feel a little weird. I don't know. And then us who want to get into systems programming literally having to convert our main math system into hex and binary all day. Lord. Somebody asked me, can I see new subscribers and some shit? You said it made me a different person. I don't know if I've necessarily been a different person. I just think there's things I've been holding back. You mean for you or me, or what you said in general? You talking about me? Yeah, well, maybe it did make me. You know what? No, I think you're right. Maybe it did make me a little different. Maybe you're right. Maybe the code made me a little different. It changed me. It changed me. Somebody said, can I not tell new subscribers and stuff? I mean, I don't know. Did I code today? Yes. If you were to compare yourself from 143 days ago, you don't think about things the same. I mean, back then you probably didn't even know what back end was. You just knew websites had buttons. I never really thought about the back end like that. I didn't know as much about the back end as I know now. Yeah, you're right. Because I didn't know the role of Node.js or even Express when it came to Node. I didn't understand. I thought SQL, Postgres SQL, MySQL, SQLite, and all those other, I guess what you call them, ORMs or whatever, were different and the same in a way. But I didn't realize that they all speak in SQL differently. Yeah. So. Anything else y'all want to talk about before I continue on this journey into the interwebs? Anything else y'all want to talk about or want to know or thinking about? There's 29 people here. I should like and subscribe. Do you have any apps you're passionate about building? Yes, the Granddaddy project. Yes, the Granddaddy project. I'm actually passionate about doing this because I was a leasing consultant for like 5 or 6 years. So I'm very excited to do that shit. I think it's interesting. It's like an apartment manager application where, man, don't make me dark. I know you've been here. You gonna make me explain this again? I explained it again, but you know I'm tired. um, it's basically like, say if you are a property manager in an apartment complex, you know, you have to handle tenants, you have the units, you have the billing, you have the leasing, you have the work orders that have to be done. There's a lot of things that have to be done to manage a property. So that's what it's about. I didn't do it justice, but yeah, the day I started will be legendary because people will be like, finally. You said, do I read this chat? What's going on? Is something going on? I'm in live chat. Is something going on in the chat that I don't know? Belio Daniel, 87. Yeah, I read the chat. I'm reading the chat right now. Are y'all behind? Are you behind, Belio? Hold on, let me. Nightbot does remove some things. Is free. Oh, if you tried to post a link, Belio, then I'm sorry, it don't work here. But you can subscribe. I wholeheartedly believe that the best way of learning is through the 2080 method, by the way. So you learn 20% of a language and learn the rest by actually building. Yeah, I feel that way too. First, some dude asked if you remember names, and then someone asked if you read chat. Hence why I started on my project already, and then I hit a wall. I started learning about the thing I'm lacking. Yeah, man. I feel like I can already go and start building the Granddaddy project. At least building the state, you know, the UI and stuff. But I need to... Belil Daniel, no. You can't post URLs in the chat. It's already deleted. Sorry, boo-boo. You're gonna have to sell your ass cream somewhere else. You wanna sell ass cream? Is that what you're selling? You wanna sell some... You selling butt cream? Little butt cream? You know what I mean? Put it on the cheeks? Maybe inside the cheeks? It's okay. So hold on, where are you right now, Dark? Are you learning React right now? Like, are we on the same level of React? Boy. The last algorithms course you will ever need. I'm learning React right now. Is there something called the last React course I'll ever need? Thank you, Belil Daniel, 87. Thank you. What have you built, Dark? Have you built as many projects in React as I have? You about to... The last React course you will ever need. Sometimes I hesitate on making a React course because I was in a Discord when I first created this YouTube channel, and I had a hater And he was talking about the YouTuber to course pipeline, and he said, I don't think he said the YouTube channel would work. He was such a fucking hater. I cannot stand a hater. If you don't go sit your ass down. So I'm kind of wary on creating a course. Yeah, I really don't. Oh, you started properly. Oh, so you were building like little React stuff. You do front end mentor stuff. Yeah, I don't care about haters as much. The block features on YouTube are amazing. I mean it. Okay. Show me some of the stuff you built. Post it in the projects channel, like some pictures. That's weird. That's weird. You're weird. I don't understand. Not little it. Not little at all. The project is honestly beyond ambitious, involving APIs and prompting. But since it's quality over quantity, I believe this first project will teach me all things I need. I can show what I'm working. Yeah. Just post pictures or something. I think we got a projects tab. Oh shit! I need to start doing my embedded stuff again. I'm gonna get back. I'm gonna start doing the streams because I feel like I ended it prematurely. It's just that Claude was giving me. Yeah, I might have to start playing for Claude because I think it's that good. I hate it. I hate this shit. Honestly, the little bit of revenue I get from YouTube could pay for a Claude subscription. No, it's okay. I'm not judging you out loud. God, Claude payment was your best decision. Yeah, I'm gonna have to pay for it. I'ma have to pay for it. You have to verify a number to get into Claude. I don't remember that part of the process. Damn, I'm gonna have to pay for Claude. Damn, they getting my money. Yeah, let me yeah, just tell me when you post it, Dart. So I guess I'll get back to studying. Actually, I need to pee. And it's raining outside. I like to piss outside. Did y'all know that about me? Yeah, y'all do know that about me because I talk about pissing in the woods all the time. I'm a pisser. I piss in the woods. If you have a backyard, piss in it. Piss in that thing. Especially if you have a pee-pee. All right. I don't remember having. Maybe it's because of your IP. I use Advocates AI. It's like $10. Has Claude GPT and Gemini and many other models all in one. General 12135. Let me tell y'all something about these. Man, you know what? No, I'm not even gonna go off about it. I remember when I was younger, it was cool not to have numbers in your name. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It might be location. It might be like, ooh, we gotta make sure these people are actually people from this location. All right, I guess I can start back. I didn't yap too much. I didn't yippity yap. Yippity yap, back, yappity yap, 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 bap, 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 bap. Actually, no. I think we're in the building stage. Let me start building some shit. Yippity yap, 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 yeah. Y'all and y'all random ass usernames. What am I doing? I'm typing npm run dev and okay. Yappity yap bap bap whap. Boop. Pop. Bam. You should only have a white bar. Yeah, okay, so last time on Six Ad World, I was trying to figure out how to use this new library. Is it a library? I don't know. A plugin. It's called a plugin because it's in the plugins. It's called SVGR. It lets me change the look of plugins and the look of SVGs and shit. You have been following. You have been following me stealthily since day one. My goodness. Let me ask you something. If you've been following me since day one, what made you? what made you? I feel like there's a lot of people who follow. If you're following me stealthily and you have never spoken to chat, put the number 1 in the chat, please, so that I may see you, so that I may look upon your face. Thank you. Rigorous Patty 632. Why don't y'all say anything? You know, I feel like you and Shishomaru are just like lurking sometimes, Roha. No, Dark. I asked them to. I asked if you've been stealthily watching me. Please put a 1 in the chat. Let me see something. Ooh, it looks clean. I like the colors. It reminds me of Claude. It's very clean. That's nice. Hold on. What are these tabs? Moody Rain? Oh, I'm right here. Hey. Well, it's like we coding together. So let me ask you this, Rigorous Patty and Robert and General 12135. So when we're coding together, are you okay when I start talking and yippity yapping, or do you feel like shut up? I code because I've been yippity yapping for a while now. How do y'all feel? Okay, I was just making sure because sometimes I know I talked about a contentious topic today, and I don't know how people feel about that, but I just felt like I needed to talk about it. Sometimes you have me muted. Oh my god, you just like to put me in another tab just to say that you're coding with somebody or something. Oh, he's just like, listen. Sometimes I mute your ass because I ain't trying to hear all that. Am not. Am not, will not. Should I put these icons in different divs? Oh yeah, I feel that. That's how I feel about. Uh, that's how I feel too. I just want people to be present sometimes. I just don't want to do it alone. I'm here for you. Are you a learner too? Are you just learning how to use the internet? Not to use the internet, but are you just learning how to? So we need the home icon and this icon. What is that? Ew. But super just don't know how to code. What language are you starting with? General 12135. Where are you in your Robert? It's chill when you yap, but did you ask everyone the most important question? Did you wash your ass today? You were here when I was singing how to wash that ass. Let me tell you, Robert. Oh, General, where are you from? Are you in school? What's going on with you? Robert, where are you from? Are you in school? What are you doing? What are you learning? Who else? Rigorous Patty. I just leave you tab. It creates a study-like environment. That's great. That's great. At some point, before making it into a startup, learn about security so you don't have vulnerabilities in your code. You know, that is a thing. You know what else we need to learn, Dark? Hold up, Nav. What languages do you use? I know you're in somewhere in Africa. Java for University. Yeah, oh my god. That's so cool. Coding Blue, what stack am I using? I'm using React. I'm in Canada currently. I did 3 years of computer science, but didn't finish. Honestly, I learned a lot of languages in university: C, C++, some Java and assembly, but they never stuck. Do you feel like you built enough projects? What? No, I haven't, to be honest. Yeah. I was thinking about learning HTTPS and E2 EE, even though the latter seems like a bitch to learn. Huh. Does that I don't know. I feel like I know what E2 EE is, but I don't. No, I haven't, to be honest. It's time to start building some projects, my friend. Why do I know only Java, bro? Are you from India? Bakawahudit? Now I'm wondering where you got me in Africa, because yesterday in the database you put me in Kenya. Yeah, I think I said it was either Kenya or Ghana. I don't think it's Nigeria, right? Oh, that's cool. Nah, I don't think I did free cocaine. It was probably somebody else. Only Indians have Java? No, I was looking at your name and just wondering where you were from. Crazy. I'm glad I didn't listen to the people who said Master.js before moving to React, because I can't imagine myself manipulating the DOM all my life, bro. Yeah, that was crazy. The DOM, haven't coded all weekend, been moving. Where are you? Are you still moving to the same place? So we need that icon, and we need the... I don't think they care. I don't think hackers are in the realm of trying to decide which IDE is best or whatever. I think they are focused on tooling and what works. I'm in California. I've been a dev for a few years, currently in between jobs. It's nice seeing your progress and your commitment to the grind, so I listen in. Oh, thanks. Thank you, Robert. Appreciate you. Glad to hear from you. Movies. Okay, so I got them all right. I know, I know. I know, honey. Oh, hell yeah. I wonder what hacking is like now in the age of AI. I imagine it's... Can I ask AI to find a 0 day in a in an application? I wonder, do people do that? Is that a thing? Bookmark. All right, now we got to make those similar sizes. But before we do that, let's go ahead and give this a flex. Hmm. Mm. I wonder if it's size. That did not affect that in the way I thought it would. What the hell is going on with this thing? Oh. So I put this? Hmm. don't know what was the point of using SVGR if it was just gonna do all of this in the first place. This is ridiculous. This was supposed to help me, not make it more complicated. There's all this setup with this plugin. See, this is something I need to learn how to do. You know what? Fuck it. I'm not gonna use SVGR. It's whatever. I'm done. I'm done with it. It's more hassle than it's worth. What's the point? Well, let's see. How do we... of Josh. Is this the same Josh I think it is? Is a thing called love? That song just came to my head. Make sure y'all like and subscribe. Alright, now that we're finished going through some learning pains for no reason, we need the home icon, the movie icon. Oh. TV icon. And the bookmark icon. Alrighty. And if we go to the, I'm not sure why it's so small. I don't know why. I don't get it. Well, maybe are these 20 or I'm not 100% sure. If I don't know why this is like that. I don't know. That is obviously not working for it. It does not like this. Why is the TV icon like that? Starting to hate SVGs. I feel like they should be convenient, but why does it feel like it's not? No. I refuse. I wonder. Nope. Hmm. Y'all see me hyperfixating, losing my mind. Inline SVG. Inline SVG. Inline SVG. This would have been so much easier. I didn't know you could do stuff like that. So confused. And now I have to go on a break. I need that break. I've been streaming for a while. That's crazy. I didn't know you could do that. Am I a university student? No. I figured out what I need to do. I just didn't know you could do it like that. I'll do it when I come off my break because I need a break. Have I taken a break since I started? And I just need one that says like D, and then it says the bat signal with D's name in it. Like when you get mad, I just press the button. And you go over there. Yeah, I'm playing.
Guys looking at me like I'm crazy. I start barking like I'm crazy.
They already know that my phone knows what's going on.
Sleep.
It's just sleep.
Yeah, it's fun. If you say around 10 or 11, that might be a different story. Oh my gosh. yogurt in it? Put peanut butter in it? He said you should know. He said you should have. He said yeah.
Oh, back, y'all. I just heard I got a smoothie bowl. I can't leave. I saw you were getting stuck with the color of the SVG tag. No, I'm good now. I figured it out. I just sometimes I just got to go through some bull before I get to the good. But I learned this, so that was the good thing that came out of all of it. Javier Antonio Felix Torres. Groha. Okay, let's see what y'all been talking about while I was gone. I'm not university. I hope it will get better. A bit same with AI because it's sucking my will to live out of me due to long-term project that requires me babysitting Claude all day due to the toss skill playwright migration. What the hell is that? Current color is current color like field equal current color. So then I put current color right here, like current color right there. After I do that, my god. I have a smoothie bowl. To keep it simple, Tosca is a closed source test framework for web applications and Playwright open source with more features. To keep it simple, Tosca is a closed source test. Angry Diver. What you so angry about? I feel like we've done more philosophizing on this stream than we have done like actual coding tonight. We basically read backend developers for filth. Are all jobs turning into that? Angry Diver? Is this actually making organizations more money? Like this AI usage like they want y'all to do it? Because if it's making them more money, I can't argue with it. But has AI actually made these organizations money? Is it making them money? Let me see. Let me just ask Google. I hope you meta it, bro. With AI, you can do it in 2 weeks. Okay. Manufacturing and retail companies such as Simon's and PepsiCo are using AI to create digital twins of factories. What does that mean? Oh, so they create a digital twin, see what it does to run more efficiently, and then copy that? Mm. I made a smoothie bowl. WSL2, I don't know what that is. Why I need to use all that shit? I don't need to use all that shit. I'm just making React apps. Damn, y'all act like I'm trying to build enterprise applications. Shit. Shut it. Separation. Hmm. Okay. Okay. So it says that, and this makes a lot of sense. It says, now, mind you, it seems like the only companies, it seems like it only has data from really big companies. Like all of these companies are huge. AstraZeneca, huge. Walmart, Amazon, H&M, Sephora, PayPal, MasterCard, General Mills, is it Siemens or Simons? I think it's Siemens. UPS, Toyota, healthcare, the healthcare, all of these. Um, um, Healthcare, fintech, media and communications, e-commerce, and manufacturing. Okay. Um, and so it seems the thing is that if they want, and again, AI answered this, so I don't know if this is biased or some shit. But it seems like the companies that are benefiting most from AI are the ones who introduce AI into the workflow instead of just making it like this random tool that you use. Um, Focusing on cost and revenue, not just piloting, but integrating AI into core workflow. Implement human in the loop using AI to assist rather than fully replace staff. I think that's very important. Prioritize agentic AI, moving from simple chatbots to autonomous agents that execute. It's in the title. What are you working on? It's in the title. This is 2025. Most companies see AI benefits, but return on investment timeline stretches into 2028. Governance short. What do they mean by governance shortfalls? Is this an AI picture? I think this is an AI picture. Lord help us. I just want to know: is it actually making y'all money? That's the most important thing. I feel like right now the only companies that'll be able to really like hard down implement AI into their workflows are the companies that can afford like bespoke software. Everybody else is just gonna have to use it as a tool that's not directly implemented into their workflows. Mayor, if you don't go sit down somewhere, all right. Back to SVG's ruining my life. .com.org.net. Only front end. Oof. That question irks my spirit. Only back end. The hell? wonder, is this even useful? Somebody said current color SVG React. Now, let's just go to Himini. Did I open up a new chat? No, I just want to open up the same old chat. Okay, so this is just what I was. Do you plan on learning backend dev? May God be with us. Lord, 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 help us. Lord, help us. I might as well just do it this way. What's up, Dueno? Sorry, I'm having deja vu. Why did it? Why did it just do that? Oh, let me understand this. The way I think about components, the architecture of using components and making them is lacking. No, I don't want field to be current color. I want field to be. So with the SVG, I would need width, height, the view box, class name. Oh, would be the children. No. This would oh the children's would have okay. Didn't understand that at first. So I need to think about stuff like this a lot. See if I can implement this without with understanding. So we're returning. Okay, I think I can do this. All right, let's see. All this so the icons will work correctly, mind you. Component architecture. New file. Icons.jsx. All right. Okay, so what we want is we want a const equal, we want a const icon wrapper, which okay, so then I want to put some props in here. So of course I want children, and then I want width, height, view box, class name. All right, so then I have SVG. Hold on now, SVG, because we're returning. I don't think that's how we return. I think we need to return like this. Do like that. Okay, yeah. Oh, I read the chat, but I know how to ignore stupid people. I know how to. I do read the chat. I just be ignoring people. That's the guy. That's the trick to streaming and not getting mad. You ignore. You focus on the good. Wish that. Flapjacks. SVG. So we're gonna put children. We're gonna put the children in here, right? And then we're gonna come here. And we're gonna say width, height, view box, I'm gonna set the height to something default like 20, just so we can see it. And then we need XLMS. I think that's how we call it. XMLNS, 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 NS. And then we need class name. All right, so then we want to create, this one is called the home. Thank you, Nav. Nav, you never told me where you, Ghana? Kenya? Nigeria. You never said which one. It's someone, it's one of them, right? Am I wrong? Let's see. So then I want to create, hold on, let me take a peek. I'm just curious. Let me take a peek. Let me take a peek. Let me take a peek. So then we were supposed to base icon path, XMLS, export. Yeah, we can okay. I got it. No more peeking. You're peeking. Hold up. No, I need to peek again. No, we don't need to import anything. Okay. Okay. And export home icon. How would I do this? I think I would want to when we say, I don't know how to do that. Dang, I don't know how to pass. I gotta peek again. So we just put props right there, and then we put the props in here. Okay, got it. So we destructure the props. And we put the props right here. And then in here we need to put home. Where is it? There we go. Okay, yeah, we put the path on the inside. Hold up, how would I implement that? I'm still confused. Do all of them have this? Okay, I'll figure this out now. Let's try to figure this out. Okay, so I'll pass the props here. And I had this right here, so let's try that out. See how this will work. Let's just go here, say import home icon. Base icon is not defined. Oh. Then I would come up in here and I could say width equals 16. I say height equals 16. Still doing that stupid stuff. View. Oh, did I put a view box? Let's see. Did you choose the hood or did the hood choose you? Shamir Bashir, are you from India? Just curious. Shamir Bashir. What country are you from? Yes, I'm very gangster. I don't know if you knew that. Very, 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 very. Very. Let me see. Lord. With height. Width and height. And then we have the view box. Did I write view box correctly? No. I think it's like that. Then we come over here and we say view box. I think they did 0, 0, 2, 4, 2, 4. Oh, you must be way behind in the stream. I did that political talk earlier. Let me see what AI is saying. Am I doing this right? The view box defaulted to, okay. No, it is, I did, okay. All right, I did that wrong. Did that change anything? That's weird, man. But it is working. Okay, I think it's working now. Why aren't you working, man? Please work. What do I need to do? What do I need to do to make you work? Okay, that seemed to work. That's weird. I need to learn more about ViewBox. Oh, I didn't even know this was a thing. That's pretty cool. But no. Yeah, I like that. Let's go here. Oop, it disappeared. Oh, no, wrong. Negative 12. Negative 12. There we go. That's not working how I want it to. Hmm. Something ain't right about that. Something ain't right about that. Something ain't right about it. Okay, we're learning. We're learning. I don't like that. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of that. That don't make me feel right. So I assume that if I did 1616, it don't come out right. Because I guess the default size of it. You know what? I'm tired of this. Love from India. You're the first person. Most people from India don't give me love. We was all brown, but thank you, man. Motivational speaker 869. Most people from India come in here and make fun of me. I don't know why. Don't know why. What's up, Russian full stack dev? How's it in Russia right now? Okay. I've said it before and I'll say it again. My Indian brothers are the only foreigners that come in here and make fun of me and tease me. I don't know why. I don't know what I did. What's up, Uzbek? We have somebody else in here from Uzbekistan. Sword Art Online Coon. You can learn it. You can do it. I believe in your friend. So we want the It's Sword Art Online. Sword Art Online, cool. I just wanted to know how many hours does he code. Hawana Tamang. Back end. You're from Nepal. Back-end developer documenting my journey from intern to professional engineer, Java, Spring Boot APIs, real-world projects, and lessons from real experience. If you're learning back-end and want to grow step-by-step, you're in the right place. Let's see what videos you got. I have a question, Hawana. Do you look at YouTube? Because YouTube shows you how long I studied for. It'll show you if you go and look at the live streams tab, and you can find out. Real easy squeezy lemon peasy. You know what I mean. So, but honestly, it doesn't matter how long somebody studies. It's about the quality of the study time. You know what I mean? It's about that quality. It's about the quality. It really is. Right now I'm just taking my time. It is a chill Saturday, so I'm just kind of studying, not really studying, if you know what I mean. You know what I mean? You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Check. Yeah, if you go, yeah, you can ask, yeah, you can go to the videos and it'll give you a timestamp. Like, let me show you. I'm gonna show you what I mean, because I believe in teaching. And you know, being a software engineer is about problem solving. So let me show you. You go here, you go here, and oop, hold on. It should tell you in the bottom right hand corner how many hours each one is. You see how it shows the hours in each one? You see in the bottom right hand corner? You see? 4 hours and 20 minutes and 32 seconds that day. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. But again, it don't matter how long somebody codes every day. It's about the quality. It's about the quality. I should add a different. It is about the quality. The quality. The quality. It's about the quality. Or can I do that? How that works? All right, Code with nom. Let's see, code with nom. So this is an AI generated picture that makes you are, let's see. Oh, it's on. SQL web app. So let's see. So you are a brown, very brown man with a default picture that makes you look like a white man. Interesting. And you're asking me why I use props. Coding is dead. All right, so we got movie icon. Yeah, you're welcome for the showcase, but I doubt anybody will watch. So, you know, you have to actually be appealing and entertaining. You have to be different. How are you different? You know what I mean? You gotta be different, my friend. You gotta be different, my friend. Gotta be different. How to be different? I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know how to be different. All I know is that, you know how you can be different? I can tell you. Be yourself. Isn't that interesting? If you think about it, there will only ever be one you in the entire universe. Like you, regardless of even if there is a multiverse that exists, there will only be one like you in eternity. Eternally. There'll only be one like you. There can be similar. They can have people with the exact genetic makeup and everything. There'll only be one you. And in that in itself makes you different. Isn't that cool? Yay! That's so cool. That's so cool. That is really cool, yeah. And in that way you are special. So really, you weren't put on this planet to be like nobody else. You're supposed to be yourself, man. You're supposed to be yourself. You're supposed to love yourself. All you gotta do is be yourself. The Kristen of this universe is definitely different than the universe where Kristen is the CEO of Amazon. Let me tell you something. The Kristen in the universe that is the CEO of Amazon is an evil motherfucker. Can you give advice for newbie to become full stack devs? One of the most important things, because I'm not a full stack developer, nor have I worked in the field, I think the most important thing is to be, hold on, open up this Figma file so we on the TV. I think the most important thing is to learn how to problem solve, right? And problem solving encompasses a lot of things. But one of the most important parts of problem solving is being, independent, being self-sufficient, at least in my opinion. And so I say that because think about it. You want to be a software engineer, but you came here and you asked me how to start. That means that you passed up all of the learning material. You passed up all of that and felt like I had the answer. Which is a flaw because and it also shows that you don't read. Because my channel literally says becoming a web developer. Let's see. Yes, so not only are you not reading, but you're going to a questionable source. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that just interesting? So that means in an age of AI that is synthesizing the web as we know it, maybe, just maybe, you, oops, maybe you should Google it. You have been using Solo Learn just for the basics? You are doing it wrong. Well, actually, nothing's wrong with doing that to learn the basics, but you do need to start clickety clacking on that keyboard. Maybe asking Amazon CEO Kristen would yield better. Amazon CEO Kristen would probably manipulate you. Because my dream is to become full stack devs and I'm still grinding learning typing error, only use Claude. You don't need extra things to learn to code right now. Ooh Lord. Oh, Bijou is that is horrible. Horrible advice. Reading documentation helps a lot. That is horrible advice. That is horrible advice. Documentation is great. There's a lot of great books out there. That is horrible advice. My God. Oh, that's good. That sounds good. Oof, Lord. Hold on, no, the TV icon. Oh no, that's the wrong one. I'm being real slow tonight. That was the problem. Yeah. Yeah. Fighting for my life. Fighting for my life, baby. Fighting for my whole life right here. In these streets. In these streets, baby. Fighting for my life in these streets. Okay. And now we just need the bookmark. This was a good lesson today. Because my understanding of how to use components is, I feel like it was lacking. I feel like it still is lacking. In these streets, baby, let me know. What is horrible, bro? I am senior full stack developer and my juniors right now using Claude learning tools to learn new thing in programming. What is horrible? I don't care if you're a senior full stack developer. I'm going to tell you that you're wrong. And the juniors that you're over and you're telling them to solely use Claude, you're leading them into the wrong direction. Because documentation is great to read. If they're solely using Claude to learn, that is horrible, and you should feel some type of way. And I doubt you're a senior developer because I don't think a senior developer would give that type of advice. So, senior developer my ass. Senior developer my ass. And if you are a senior developer, may God help us. Because we are lost. It is over. If a senior developer say, "Hey, just use Claude to learn," that's like if a professor in school said, "Hey, just use Claude. It doesn't matter." Ooh, just use AI. Ooh, can you shout out me from Philippines? No, but I can shout out a game that's from the Philippines that I grew up playing. What was the most popular in the? Okay, I'll shout you out if you can tell me what was the most popular MMORPG in the Philippines in the early 2000s. You have 60 seconds. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Oh, you're taking too long, Ian. The name of the game is Ragnarok Online. Yeah, but what's the difference between learning math and learning how to use a calculator? Did you just ask that question? Let's go to your channel. This is very it reminds me of Lana Del Rey. And then he spelled it wrong. Do you know how popular that game was in the Philippines and you don't remember it? That game was insanely popular in the Philippines. Why am I telling you this? I'm not even from there. It doesn't make any sense. Long break. I gotta take a break. You don't remember? How could you? That's why you're not getting no shout out. Could you? How could you forget such things? I'm appalled. Dota 1? No. I just told you it's called Ragnarok Online. Go look it up. Created by Gravity. Go look it up. Dota 1. Dota 1? Nah. There was a time where Asian companies were making interesting MMOs. I think Asian companies are the kings of MMOs right now, right? You can't use a calculator if you don't know math. Not true. Vibe coders that know how to debug from trial and error learn way faster. Pexi is a troll. You got to remember, when I code this late, we got some of the international community that comes in here, and some people from a certain country like to come up in here and troll for whatever reason. So yeah, don't mind these people too much, man. This was me taking it easy day. I believe in sometimes you got to take these easy days. These um, hi, good morning. What's up? Ragnarok Online. Sao Kun. Bro, I said that you can use Claude for everything today, not only for write code and prompt, but when you don't know how to use it, you just think they use Claude. Okay. But every single error you get, is English your second language? Bijou, because I don't think you understand what I'm saying. I don't think you understand what I'm saying, brother. Do you have a LinkedIn? No, I don't have a LinkedIn. I've never used LinkedIn in my life. Learning fundamentals isn't hard though. That's great. Thank you for telling us that the fund. Thank you for telling us that the fundamentals aren't difficult. Sure, vibe coders can learn fast, but they never truly understand why it works. You're forgetting how beneficial trial and error is. You're right. I am forgetting how beneficial trial and error is. You're right. I never do that. I never trial and I never error. That's my problem. You're right. I'm glad you're here. I want learn speak English. Well, you're learning the right way. You just posted into the chat, and I think that's a big deal. That's one way you can learn English is by being around people speaking English. I think if you're learning English, don't get mad if there's some things you don't understand, and take the time out. Take the time out and take your time. Take your time when you're learning English, cause English is some bullshit. Oh, I'm look. I can't. Y'all can't see me down. Oh, ooh, I appeared and whoop. Oh, now y'all can see me. Now you can't. Where is the rest of me? I'm here. Woo. I speak too fast. Yes, I do. Yeah, yeah, you're right. I imagine that. Yeah, it's okay, man. I imagine that if you're learning English, then everybody's speaking it really fast. Correct, Crecky's games speed runs. Oh my goodness, do you? I love a good speed run. Let's look at your channel. I love a good speed run. Let me tell you, especially no commentary speed runs. Chef's kiss. I love a good no commentary speed run. What is this? I'm disappointed. Hold on, no, I'm not disappointed. Are you just starting your speed running journey? And this is the game you decided? Are you just starting your speed run journey? Oh, well then you're good. Okay, I'm not disappointed. You keep doing that thing. I'm proud of you. Yes, I'm proud of you. I'm glad and you're posting consistently. You're posting consistent. Oh, look at it. I'm proud. I am proud of you. You are posting consistently. Yes, sir. Don't ever be afraid to branch out into other games that are non-speed running or whatever you want to do. Whatever keeps you posting and stuff. I like this. Subscribe. Nah, it's okay. I'm just glad you actually tried. I imagine being in speed running means that your stuff is going to be replaced. But I'm just glad that you actually doing the stuff. Whew, I was getting tired of reading that chat. That was, Lord, thank you for banning and hiding things. That shit was getting on my nerves. No, I'm not learning back end right now. Sure, is it Sharia Sharma? Where are you from? So today was more of a chill day, Sharma. I was more like just Oh, this dude has AI fatigue. Oh Lord. I'm gonna have to watch that later. He said he's a software engineer and he says he has AI fatigue. Lord. You said Coding Jesus is here? Oh, Coding Jesus in the corner? Where's Coding Jesus? Oh, right here, right here. We talk so much you don't know me? I'm sorry. If you don't come up in here frequently, I'm not always gonna remember. I apologize though. But I also want to do lives like you. Is it possible and do lives in this topic? Yes. I'm surprised people even watch me. Oh, oh Lord. Oh my goodness. I try. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Y'all see this? This is the game that I want. No, no, no. This is not the game. It's not coming out. It's coming out in May. Quant trader interview. Y'all might be interested in that. She's the reason I started coding. I mean, streaming. I'm a Yeah, we might just chill here for the rest of the stream. How long have you been coding React? Any opinion of war between you? Yeah, I gave my opinion earlier. You lucky I'm in a good mood. Usually I time out people for asking me that, but yeah, I think I'm done coding for today. So this is the end of the coding part of the stream. Can I watch this? Oh my God! I didn't know I could watch it in this quality. I want to will it stutter. See you later, Sao Kun. Oh. Hmm. Oh look, I never get to see this part of Tokyo. They got graffiti on the walls and stuff. That's cool. We always look at Tokyo as extremely clean and stuff. Man, I wish everywhere in the United States could be kind of clean like this. I wish we had good transit here. Hmm. The walking system is the reason Japanese people don't get obese. I think it's that plus the diet. I think a lot of other countries are very careful in what they allow in their food, but in the United States, it's like I don't know, man. It's like we don't care about each other here. I don't know why. It's all about money. I wish it were different. Yeah, it does. I wish we were a little bit more civilized. I hope we can get to a point, but sometimes I don't know. I don't care what you look like. I don't care about the piercings. I don't care about the tattoos. I don't care about the slang, but I do care about you treating yourself, your environment, and the people around you in some ways decent. We don't have high fructose corn syrup in foods here in the UK. It's illegal. I did not know that high fructose corn syrup was illegal in the UK. My God. Earlier today, I was talking about politics. That's another thing. Um, we have it, we have it's very classes in the United States, and that class goes into the medical industry. It goes into housing. It seeps into food. So now, like, I always thought, and I know a lot of other people feel this way. Why would you have food labeled all natural? Shouldn't it all be all natural? That doesn't make any sense to me. Literally no sense to me. Hmm. Oh yeah, Anime Haven. Why do I feel like I've seen that website before? Yeah, I'm on break. Well, it's towards the end of the stream, especially on Saturdays like this. So I don't get burnt because I code every day. So I don't get burnt out from coding. I try to chill on certain days. So I coded a little bit, learned a little bit, and now I'm just chilling. We just chilling and talking about shit. Anime Haven. Front end is way harder to code than back end. Prove me wrong, Lord. People always want chaos, never peace. he said. He said, "I want to fight." What y'all talking about here? But yeah, the food in the U.S. is highly addictive, super sweet. It's hard. What type of application are you building, Chest Lights? And are you mostly back end or front end? It's an analytics website. Have you seen any shooting in your neighborhood? I heard a lot about the crime and everything. Yeah, when I think it was a month ago. I can't remember, but I was outside. I was actually, I think it was during. I was streaming and I took a break. And when I take a break, I go and I walk in the backyard. And when I was walking in the backyard, I heard guns. I heard some popping sounds, and I was like, I'm in the South, so like guns are a thing here, and sometimes people just like to shoot them in the air and shit. But this didn't sound like that. So when I came in, I went in the house because I was like, I don't want no part of that. So then Um, I was told later on that day that a 19-year-old had died, and I walked down that street where he was killed just to like go to the store and buy candy sometimes or walk the dog, you know. So it was, yeah. I hope that answers your question, Sharma. You can code you can code an entire website with one single prompt. Try making an AI slop database and watch it get injected in a couple of minutes. That's funny. Even though so many other countries ban certain chemical, the U.S. refuses to ban them because we don't like each other here. Bruh, bring it for a collab. Just highlights where it's too superficial here. I'm moving to Romania. Romania? They like brown people there in Romania. I code low level engines, manual memory management, no abstraction garbage. Your soy React ain't got shit. He said a mouthful. You gotta be careful, Nav. You know it's not cool to be brown everywhere. At least our kind of brown. You gotta choose your country wisely. Let me stop you right there. Your first warning is gonna be to not say so, to not ask questions like that, because you're just trying to incite a stupid conversation. Nav, are you Indian? Oh, I didn't know that. Are you in India or are you in the States? My bad. You were talking about brown people stuff and never mind interpreted it wrong. You just full of boo boo. Don't play with it. But I was born in the U.S. Oh, okay. That's interesting. So you were born in the U.S. but you're living in India. What is that like? Do you want to come back? Like, how do you feel? Just like push it to GitHub. Oh, you're in the U.S. right now. Okay, that's cool. Do you have a Discord? Yeah. The Are you looking at Nightbot? Nightbot advertises the Discord like all the time. He's an Indian American. Oh, you mean that? Oh, okay. I get what you were saying. I get. My bad. I read that wrong. One day I joined the stream and saw you put me in Kenya and just accepted it. I put you in Kenya because there's a guy with the name Nav and he likes to come in here and he I thought y'all were the same person. What's popping? What's cracking? Dream country? My dream country? The only country I ever dream of is probably the country I'm in right now because I never dream of like moving away from this place. If anything, I just think about this place becoming a better place to live. I mean, I don't know. But if I mean somewhere with a beach, but there's so many. Why did I hurt myself or something? That shit hard as hell. Ain't no way Mark Zuckerberg this show. The dream country, a place with a lot of monks and a lot of good food and good internet. Monks, good food, good internet. I'm okay with yeah, monks, Buddhist monks. Yeah, man. And I want it to be clean. I want there to be Buddhist monks. I want it to be clean. It needs to be clean. Uh, it needs to have good internet. Yeah. Oh, well, they don't have good internet there. Where would I want to go? I would say an island, but there's. Have you tried Java? Unfortunately, I have tried Java. Unfortunately, I've been a recipient of the Java. Unfortunately, just like I don't think you have the best intentions. Yo, haha, I love Java. Senior dev here. What went wrong? Unexpected FX. By the way, when people say they're a senior dev, I take that with a grain of salt because I think a lot of people like to say they senior devs. But you already know why. You already know why. Come on now. Who loves Java really? I've never heard people say. I'm pretty sure there's people out there who love Java, but nobody truly loves Java. I've heard people say they love Ruby. I've heard people say they love Python. I like JavaScript. I think it's pretty cool. C sharp, I think C sharp is pretty cool. But Java, no. No. No, thank you. I have tried out so many languages. C sharp, Python, they trash. JS is too simple. I like tackling with complexity. Yeah, you're not a senior developer. Yeah. AI is ridiculous. This is all AI. What even? Roha, are you here? Take it easy, Chess. Stop being a shit starter. Have a good night. All right. Yeah, this might be the end of the stream. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. I don't want us to be up anymore. As much as I love you people. You need to take it easy, man. Relax. It's not that serious. Usually when people say that, they're taking it seriously. This is the end of the stream. Coincidence makes sense. Only it was you. Speak, I feel emotional and scared. Comes with me with so soft and it pushed me out. I can't believe I didn't think about components like that.